Oh, we live? We're live. What's going on, stream? How you guys doing? Welcome. It is Tuesday. We decided to jump back into Terminus this evening. Not sure what the game plan is at the moment, but we're in game. Trying to find some ore. That's weird. He was just pathing down there and he just spawned up here? Weird. Hope you guys are doing well. I'm alright. Today was a bit nerve-wracking. Canada Post up here is on strike, and 99.998% of the work that I process digitally comes in through Canada Post and other locations throughout the country. They're not delivering, work didn't go anywheres. I sat on my thumbs for my entire shift today. That's what happened. I didn't do anything, I kept nodding off. I wish I'd have known, I would have brought a book. I don't know how long it's going to go on for. Canada Post is nowhere near in an agreeable state with the government as far as whoever it is that they're pleading to have their concerns dealt with. And then I come home and the wind picks up. Now I'm concerned about the roof again. I don't understand what's with all this wind all of a sudden. It's like it's the middle of winter. There's no snow. It's not freezing. I mean, it is cool, but it's not freezing. But the wind is strong enough that it makes you think. Oh, Grox didn't fare very well. Hey, what's going on? Oh, you tried to you couldn't get in? Yeah, sure. I want to go down the, I want to go further in, or I want to try to go further in. We seem to have an easy job last night, keeping everything killed and dead, and nobody was white-knuckling, and, I kind of want a bit of a challenge. Well, I'm sure you got a spell or something, right? Okay. Is, in the mountain range where the Eltherian encampment is, off to the left, there's a cove of spiders. There's a blackback widow at the back. Is that a placeholder or a named? Ah, gotcha. No worries. I didn't get you germs, so I'm not concerned. Mine are probably pushing a decade or so, I would say. I hear ya. My monitors don't have backings on them, so the next monitors I get, I want to make sure I can put them on arms. Yeah. I have 3 side by side, and it's a pain in the ass. Roughly. Little off to the right, and then I got one almost on the ledge, or the edge of the desk. I've got an L-shaped desk, like an office-type desk. It's not as big as I'd like it to be, but it's big enough that it just fits the 3 monitors. And I'm like, man, if I tap that monitor on the left at all, it's going to the floor. Yeah, mine goes to the right, and at work we use arms for all our monitors, and I use 2 monitors there, and it's so, dude, it's so easy to tilt and move and shift, and I'm like, oh my god, I need to get these monitors put on arms. Okay, I'm already on it. I'm just running around looking for ore. Wonder what that is. Probably nothing. There's no ore. I'm close to 18. I'm about 80%. I'm lying. I'm close to 17. I'm at 80% into 16. Yeah, the XP wasn't super great for me last night, but I did it because everybody else was 2-3 levels lower, and I wanted to have a nice, smooth, cool grind. Hey, who is Ragaphus? Is that a named wolf? Or Ragephus? I'm gonna go say hi to Ragephus. Ragephus is gray. Let's see what he drops. What's our best chance for damage? 2 axes? I feel like I need the shield. Just to be safe. Alright, let's go say hello. He's gray, so he might be low level. He might be an undercon. I have no idea. Nope. Perfect. Let's see what he drops. I didn't even know he was up here. curse resistance. Interesting. We'll take it. It's a necklace. Guessing it goes here. Oh, I can't take that off. So he dropped a +1 curse resistance necklace. Would that really have any significance? Hey, it's fire. What's happening? Also drops a +1 attack relic. Oh, dude, that's the one thing I don't have is a relic. I didn't even know where they come from. I thought that was a later addition. I kept trying to figure out why I didn't have one. Thanks for the heads up. That's good to know. If I ever find my way back here. We're trying to ore hunt, but the ore's being stingy, as I'm always whining about. I can do outfitting and leatherworking, no problem. But ore hunting? Forget it. There just doesn't seem to be enough nodes. How are you? Are you currently into Pantheon? Do you play Pantheon? I see you have VR at the end of your name. Are you employed with Visionary Realms? As you can tell, my ignorance is showing if I'm not familiar with your name. Or does VR even stand for Visionary Realms? Maybe it's virtual reality? Maybe you don't actually exist? Oh, you're the marketing lead. Right on. Well, nice to meet you. My name's Krushnek. I'm an OG EQ player. I call myself Mr. EQ. I've been streaming EQ for the last 10 years, I think, on Twitch. I probably shouldn't have, truth be told. Obviously not one of the more popular games, but a phenomenal project nonetheless. You're a bit into the game. We've been running Halnirs the past couple of nights. I got in there for the first time on Friday. That was pretty cool. Figured it out. Saturday, no problem. Group got a little ornery towards the end of the night, but that's to be expected. I think we were in there for 5 hours. We were in again last night. I took a pickup group in. We had a pretty swell time, and I think we're going to do it again this evening. I'm trying to get as familiar with the game as possible. I didn't get in until, I think it was Season 4, Season 3. I backed this game like 12 years ago. Like whenever it first, 2014, or I guess 10 years ago. I think it was around there. And I waited, but unfortunately the VIP, when the pre-alpha stuff started and the VIP stuff started, that was too rich for my blood. I thought maybe I might have been grandfathered in. Sadly, that didn't happen. So I was patient. I waited. I got in, what was it, Season 3? Season 4? I don't remember. I'm really digging the game. It's funny because I work during typical business hours, so I don't get home to see a lot of streams, and I try to catch Joppa when he's streaming, but I never get there. I always seem to get at the end when he's saying his goodbyes and switches scenes and logs off or what have you. But I know that a number of players have been complaining recently about Halnir's Cave. They were talking about how the layout of the mobs were complicated and people kept wiping when they went in there. And I'll be perfectly honest, my opinion is people aren't focused. So, people clearly, hands down, are not focused when it comes to that dungeon. I went in with the mentality of an EQ dungeon runner, and the zone has been my little pet for the last 3 nights. No one streams in your hour. Oh, you're in EU. Oh, God, yeah, it's, what is it, midnight there? What's it here now? Well, can I ask where, geographically, where in the EU? Are you 4 hour, are you Greenwich Mean Time? Are you in the mainland? What are you doing up? It's Tuesday night at like midnight. Almost 3 a.m. Shouldn't you be asleep? What are you doing? I guess you probably have to adjust your schedule based on the schedule Ah, gotcha. Okay. So, how long have you, if you don't mind me asking, how long have you been the marketing leader? How long have you been with Visionary Realms? Have you been in since the beginning? Come on, or joined 2 years ago, became marketing lead in July. Well, congratulations on becoming marketing lead. Never played EQ. You're born in 97, so you missed that boat. Well, if you were ever interested in EQ, you found probably one of the best places to pop into. It's the EQ mentality that gets me through this game. That's what I can tell you. I feel bad for a lot of World of Warcraft players because they won't get it. Period. They won't get it. Final Fantasy, same thing. ESO, same thing. Guild Wars 2, same thing. A lot of players are going to have quite a few headaches with this game. They're just not going to have the patience, which is unfortunate. Hey, Acer, what's going on, man? How you doing? Right on. You wanna send me an invite? Are you on the server? Oh, you're an AVP. Okay, I'm not there yet. Just let me know when you're ready and I'll stuck out because I think I'm bound over there. Never been interested in EQ, but I am interested in Pantheon. Well, if you're interested in Pantheon, then you're definitely interested in EQ. I will tell you that because they are similar. Also, Vanguard. You're interested in Pantheon? I played Star Wars Galaxies? Dude, Star Wars Galaxies was amazing. Until they put the new combat experience. What was that? Or was it new yeah, the NCE. The new combat experience that allowed everybody pretty much to become a Jedi. That was a nuisance. That ruined the game for me. I was actually one of the handful that had a Jedi back then. That was a lot of work, man. Try and get that class. There weren't many people that had it. And then I rolled Bounty Hunter just so I could beat up the people that became Jedis. I remember they thought they were so high and mighty now that they'd gotten Jedi, and then I played Bounty Hunter. I lost a couple, but I won most. Yeah, so I have a lengthy history with what I call the McQuaidverse. I mean, rip to Brad, of course, in his passing. But the day him and John... So you might not know this because, again, you said you came in past EQ. A few years into EQ's lifespan is when Brad McQuaid parted ways with Varant, or SOE, or however you want to look at it. And John Smedley pretty much took over, carried EQ for the time being. When the day we found out that Brad McQuaid was leaving EQ, I was sad. I remember this day because I was working my computer job with my friend. We were PC techs back in the day, or back then. And we remember reading, I think it was on, I want to say 10 Ton Hammer. I think, now you might not get some of these references, maybe you do. But I think it was 10 Ton Hammer, we were reading the article where he had announced he was stepping down, going his own way. His vision, or their vision for the game, had changed to what I guess he had in mind. So, I mean, bottom line, he didn't like where the game was going. He's like, you know what? I'm out. So then there was an announcement. I think I saw it in a magazine at the time that there was a game being worked on called Vanguard Saga of Heroes, and Brad's name came up. And I was like, oh, is this EQ Brad? And sure enough, it was. And I was like, oh my God, I got to try this. So I applied to get into the beta. I got into, now I was a kid, of course, but I got into the Vanguard beta from day one. And long story short, I ended up becoming the in-game warrior class lead. So I played so I had spent the first 9 years, 8 or 9 years of EQ being a cleric. I was a I mean, I was a well-respected raid cleric, and when I got into the Vanguard beta, I sat and made a decision. I was thinking to myself, I'm like, what class do I want to try? Now the game didn't have pretty much anything. I mean, it had their classes, it had the game world. There weren't many creatures. I don't even think they had the world bosses in yet. But I remember reading that it was a game where there were no zone lines. Wherever you could see, you were going to be able to go. And I sat there and I thought, well, you know, I spent 8 or 9 years being a cleric. And whenever you're in a group, there's only two roles that get all the blame. It's either the healer's fault or the tank's fault. It's never anybody else's fault. So I said, you know what? I'm going to Jekyll and Hyde this, and I'm going to roll a warrior. So I started my first warrior ever for the Vanguard beta. I didn't think I'd like it. I fell in love with it. Sigil had approached me one day and asked if I would do the in-game class lead. I guess you could say job. I mean, I wasn't paid or hired for it. It's just the information that I got, you know, give them feedback. So I think we would use MSN Messenger at the time to communicate. And it was a fun experience. I absolutely loved it. I think there were, I'm getting scrambled here. There were, I want to say 35 or 36 of us, I think, that were part of the beta. I think. I could be wrong. And there was myself and another warrior by the name of Venge. And we corresponded with each other, did all the research on how the combo system, what I call Pantheon's technique system, the technique bar down here, about Vanguard's combo system and how it interacted from class to class. You know, we went out and tested like things like the Blood Mage, the craziest overpowered class ever created. I have my own gripes about that. I don't know who the Blood Mage class lead was, but we had quite a few discussions about how annoyed I was that the Blood Mage was stupidly overpowered. And that individual kept telling me that the Blood Mage is exactly where it needs to be. I was like, no, it isn't. I can take it and go out and do group content with just myself. Don't get me wrong. The Blood Mage was a phenomenal class. I absolutely loved it. Nobody's duplicated it. It was a very cool idea. But my God, was it overpowered. Anyways, they didn't listen to us about that. And then we got towards the end of beta, when the game was working flawless. Most people wouldn't know that because they think the game was broken when it came out, which it was. But it was broken because we had a patch put in. They were doing something to the warehouse district. I believe at the time they were trying to put content into it because it was empty, if I'm not mistaken. When they applied the patch, they broke the game. Diplomacy stopped working. Crafting was all screwed up. Mobs weren't spawning properly. Dude, there were so many things that went wrong with the game. We begged and pleaded with Sigil for I don't know how long every day to tell them to roll it back. Like, give the general public... Ooh, I shouldn't have done that. Give the general public the game for the first 3 or 4 months while you work on the end game and get it polished. They turned around and told us one day that everything was perfectly fine. They would get everything fixed, not to worry. They invited us in to a raid room. I call it the raid room, or the ready room as the X-Men called it. I think it was the last day of beta. They pulled us into this empty room, and I believe there were 34, 35 of us. They asked us to assemble a raid, and they spawned a raid mob, and they wanted us to tackle the raid mob just as a thank you for doing the beta testing. Now, a lot of people don't realize, well, actually the majority of people don't realize that raiding never made it into Vanguard, and people to this day believe that raiding was never going to be in Vanguard. And I can say this because there's a couple of large streamers out there who said this, and they're wrong because I got to test the raid content myself. So I knew there was going to be raid stuff in the game, but unfortunately when the game came out, it was still broken. Now, I firmly believe Sony gave Sigil an ultimatum and said, hey, we need an ROI, get the game out. I can't see them turning around and telling us that they have plenty of time to fix it, and then all of a sudden the game comes out however many months later and it's still broken. Now mind you, I understand they got it mostly fixed, I think, 9 or 10 months after the game came out, but by then it was too late. They had destroyed the population. But on my life, that game was flawless before the last patch, and the last patch in beta screwed it for everybody. If it hadn't have been for that, I'd probably still be playing Vanguard now, expansion number 10, or maybe even Vanguard 2. Who knows? But man, as you can tell, I was very passionate about that. So, anyhow, that was a write-off. So Vanguard went away. I jumped in, I think it was in EQ2 and Final Fantasy 11 and whatever else was out at the time. And then years later, there's the announcement that Visionary Realms has popped up with this game called Pantheon Rise of the Fallen. And I remember reading the initial blurb, and it had the letters EQ in it, and I thought, oh, it's going to be an EQ style game? I got to check it out. So I started reading, and sure enough, Brad McQuaid, Visionary Realms, and I'm thinking, oh my god, here we go again. This is going to be the third time. And I was seriously doubting going in on the project because I'm like, are we going to do this again? I said, you know what? I'll back the game, but I'm not going to offer to beta test anything. I'll see how it goes, because I was still burned by them breaking the game towards the end of beta. And anyways, I didn't want to get in that situation again, but I said I'll back it. I need the game to come out, because it was World of Warcraft, and there was 2014 was Final Fantasy 14 out then? I don't remember. There was Terra Arcage, ESO, whatever, all those games that were out, and there was nothing like EQ, nothing like Vanguard, and I loved both products. So I was like, okay, if they're going to do Pantheon Rise of the Fallen and it's going to be EQ and Vanguard together, I'm in, 1000%. So back then, whenever that was, 2014, 2015, I still have the receipt in my email or whatever, and I think my initial pledge is in the email also. But yeah, I've been a backer ever since the beginning. So here we are. And you didn't need to know any of that information, but I just felt like saying it because I've said it 1,000 times on this stream. There you go. Now you got my history. I don't really have anything bad to say about Pantheon currently. I try to prove people wrong, so when people come out and tell me something false, or not false, sorry, that's wrong. On a pros and cons list, if somebody comes out with something that would fall in the cons column, I go out and find the pros. I guess you could say that. So when people were saying Halnir's Cave was bugged and everybody was wiping, there's only one experience we had that we can't quite figure out, and that was from Friday night. And we think somebody used an AoE skill in front of a door and pulled 15 rat people. Like, it was insane. I have the video. If you were to go to my stream from Friday under the VODs, I don't remember how far in it is. It might be a couple of hours. I mean, I could obviously look for it, but it just, something happened, and there was a group in there recovering from a corpse run. And I don't know, are you familiar with Halnir's Cave? Though I've talked so long, I didn't even know Savannah was part of 10 Ton Hammer. Interesting. You had high hopes for Vanguard back then? Trankman, I'm telling you, Vanguard was flawless until the last update to the Warehouse District. When they did that update that was supposed to give us level 40 content in the Warehouse District, they broke everything. But everything worked phenomenal before then. I had diplomacy in the bag, I had crafting in the bag, I had adventuring in the bag. Those were the three circles of their Triforce of Vanguardism, whatever. It was fantastic. I loved it. I loved the way the classes had the little combos that opened up. The rogue goes in, or the warrior goes in, hits a stun. The monk goes in, hits a trip. The rogue goes in, hits a shiv. The mage goes in, opens up a wound or whatever. Like, just the fact these little combos would pop open. And the fact that they've put something in this game like that, which is the technique bar, is pretty cool. At least on the Necro that I have. We have this guy, who is a 16 warrior. I also have a level 19 Necro. I had a level 18 warrior before the player wipe a little over a month ago. I came back, realized I didn't have the warrior anymore. Didn't want to roll another one because I've been waiting all this time for ogres to come into the game. So I decided to roll a necromancer because it was the newest class, and I wanted to see if it had skills beyond level 10, because the warrior still doesn't have skills beyond level 10. And I absolutely love the necromancer. Oh my goodness. I've never played a necromancer before, but I know the necromancers from games like EQ, Elder Scrolls, World of Warcraft, and any game that has necromancy in it. And the way Visionary Realms has done the necromancer is fantastic. There's so much utility to the class. It's great. I can't say enough good things about the necromancer. Great class. Okay, you got everybody assembled. You good to go? Should I call over? Hey, Alex, what's going on? Do you think Vanguard would have gotten an aquatic fish race like the Mir if it had survived? You know what? Yes. It could have definitely been DLC. It could have or not DLC, expansion. It could have definitely been an expansion. We're going to duck out. We're going to meet up with a group. Oh, I think I might have scared him off. Oh, my yapping. Okay, let's go to the bank, and then let's go over to the dungeon. I'm in AVP now if you want to send an invite. Got a rogue and a monk to 10, working on your shaman? Right on. Let's put this stuff away. Where did I put black? Oh, they're there. Wait a minute, why didn't those go into the stack? Oh. That's a different stuff. Oh, that's two. Oh, hey. We finally had them drop. Can I get them separated? Oh, yep. Okay, that should give us, I think, out of those 6 gems, we should have 5 of the ones we need for that backpack when we unlock the quest. Put the water over there. Put the torch, the dagger, two-hander, the axes. The scroll, we don't know what it's used for just yet. We've got food. Got hydration. Alright, they got a group. Let's go, and hopefully we don't get our butts kicked. Short series of AFKs? You're the healer. If you ever get an aquarium, you're getting a pet squid to call him Sebastian. Are there any butterfly? I don't believe so, no. There are mosquitoes and there are flies, but there are no butterflies. There's quite a bit of pan flute also. Are you over at the zone in now? Alright, I'll use you as my guide. Now, where's the spider that spawns up here? Is that a bear? That's a bear. Those are the bandits, right? No. There's a spider there. There's a spider there. I'm exhausted, not the place to be exhausted in. Whoops. I look down to my chat. They're looking to swap servers, it looks like. Hello, spider. You trying to get me just before I get there? Bear with me a moment, people. We are swapping over. I had the lead marketer from VR pop into the stream a few moments ago. They're gone now, but that was interesting. Yeah. I think I talked him off the stream. I started going on about my history with EQ and the McQuaidverse, and I asked a question and I got no response. And then they were gone. I must have talked them off. I'm not sure, Alex, man. I'm not sure, but they were here. They were on the Twitch stream a little bit ago, like 15 minutes ago. They followed me anyway, so that's interesting. That's cool. I think the head of VR follows me too. Not the server, my chat, my Twitch channel. I'm streaming on Twitch right now as well as YouTube. So they were on my Twitch channel. That could be. That could be. Should I let somebody else pull, since we have like a rogue and whatnot, or should I just stick to pulling? I just want everything to go right, and I'm not going to say I'm full of myself, but I think I do pretty well here. There's another group in here also. Who was doing invites, do you know? Was it you? Oh yeah, it was you. Bum, 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 bum. You do well. I bow down to your tanking ability. I like to think I'm all right, man. It's so tedious not to. I mean, we used to have a joke on the channel, the Twitch channel years ago about me having a big head. Who's asking? Oh, you're asking. Okay. Yep. How do you think this is going to work? Like, yeah, right. But let's say a year from now, the game releases. Yeah, I don't know how 4 or 5 groups are gonna manage in here. Is what I'm getting at. Have you been through all of Halnir's cave? So, if where we were last night is camped this evening, if I take the group further down the hallway, up the ramp to where the higher level honor guards are, is there still a good portion of the dungeon up that way? Okay, so we've got another pickup group. We've got a rogue, we've got an enchanter, we've got a summoner, we've got a cleric. Okay, I'll be honest. I'm not comfortable with the cleric not giving me information on how long for an AFK or for how long until and for how long when taken. So we're gonna have to be careful because if they go ahead and ninja AFK, like if they say I got AFK and then they're gone, we got to make sure we're in a safe spot. Here begins the crawl. This will be crawl number 4. With different people. This will be 4 different groups we've gone through this dungeon with. Look at all the pretty buffs. That's a lot of buffs. Oh, look at the stats. 10 dex, 19 stamina, and 12 strength. You love to see it. Is there a particular reason the mage pet's not attacking? There we go. That makes sense. We pulled one of the ghosts last night, the Eutherians, the green dudes, and somebody in the group was talking about how they had like 1 billion hit points and they were very tough. I'm being told here in the group that you're supposed to silence those guys right as you pull them because they put an AC buff on themselves. Man, I've never had so many buffs. He was easy though. Yeah, he just had a bunch of hit, but yeah, that was his AC apparently. So whoever has silence is supposed to silence the ghost, and that way they don't get the cast off. I didn't know that. I just learned that now. Learning together. That's the best way to do it in an MMO. It's always better to learn together. Wait a minute, he just spammed that. Great, now the spider aggroes. Well, spider's not even up. Yes, it is. Spider's in the wall. Not using a two-hander. I need to see how the group does when we get down to the lower level. If my health looks like it's not really taking any kind of damage, I'll switch over to the two-hander. But I won't go... I don't start with it, because if something goes wrong and I die for whatever reason, then people will draw ignorant conclusions. We don't want ignorant conclusions, because that ruins a group. I told them not to stand next to the wall. Somebody stood next to the wall and they got stuck. Feels like it's the tank's fault. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Hey, Cross, what's going on? I didn't even check. This isn't my group. I didn't throw this together. I just took the invite. I was harvesting. What have you been doing? Were you in a group? Was in a group for a little earlier, then solo grinded to 18. You're 18? Dude, I gotta catch up. I gotta take this group past jail. We have to crawl past jail. I need the good XP. 18 is spirit time. It's not the point of you mezzing from up there, it's the point that he'll go out of range. He's lucky I'm quick on the taunt. And now he goes back to the Ravager. Nope, it's gonna go right into the wall. First thing I said was don't run ahead of me. We're gonna have issues. My interrupt missed. Enchanter, you were supposed to have the second one. You guys can't see the chat, but specific when we first got in here, I typed a whole spiel about the Ravagers, and then I asked nicely, I said I will get the first Ravage, but if there's a second one, roughly 30 to 40 seconds into the fight, I need the Enchanter to get the next one. It was agreed upon. This just happened. I'm not gonna level at this rate, man. I just got through saying at the start of the group, I'll get the first one. If there's a second one 30 to 40 seconds later, I need the Enchanter to interrupt this, stun it, whatever. Same thing I've done the last 3 nights. I guess I'll have to try and get both of them. I'm now down, what, 17%, and I'm gonna get 5 back on the res? Or is it? I get 25, right? What's 17? What's a quarter of 17? 4%. Oy. It's alright, it's alright. It happens. It's just a nuisance that it's me twice. Good thing I didn't go two-hander. I'd look worse. Okay, they're just rebuffing before we continue. So this is what's been labeled the safe room. I was watching a dude kill mountain drakes on stream, 25 to 30 grind. Looks so rad, I can't wait. They got amazing sounds. Really? Dude. Has to be WoW players. I don't know why, but he's saying make my life easier. My life's fine. I've been pulling fine the past 4 nights. I'm good. We'll let this guy do his thing, see what happens. I can't believe they just typed that after letting me die twice. He said it would make our lives 100% easier if I pulled instead of you. And I said, well, you're more than welcome to. I said, I've just been pulling the past 4 nights, but I'm good with you pulling if you want. And then they said, if you feel confident, then I will abide by your lead. I just don't want an Iron Will beating my XP bar to hell and back. Meaning he doesn't want an Iron Will to kill him. And I'm thinking, well, you've let me die twice so far tonight, so, you know? No. You don't need to move over further. Yeah, just... Can you not cast from there? I need to pull him back so he doesn't run. Are we not familiar with mechanics? Where'd the trap go? Oh, it's not even down. Whatever. Interesting. Those two never moved before with this guy. How does he stun me twice? A bugger. Don't need to. I. swear, if you pull the two to the left... Oh my goodness. I don't know. Okay, I don't know what to do. We'll move wherever the group stands still. Remember to breathe. For real. For real. Does not look as smooth as last night. No, sir, it does not. No, sir, it does not. But I will do my best to make it as smooth as possible. I'll just whine to you guys. What else is new? I don't... Okay. I'm not sure if my primary target's being mezzed, or if I'm... I'll have to pay more closer attention. don't know why they're mining that potassium. They can't use it. What's that? I don't know why I did that. I was thinking he was going to run into the room, and I didn't want him to run into ads, but he's the last guy in there. Oh, throw dust is the... Okay, that's the blind. It took so much longer. Yeah, it did, man. And last night we had 14s and 15s in the group. Tonight we have 17s and 18s. Hey Tyron, what's going on? Long time, man. How you doing? What's happening? Back at it on tape. Were you off? Were you not playing for a while? I haven't talked to you in so long. Dude, I'm loving Pantheon, man. We've been in this dungeon now for the 4th night in a row. 4 different groups. So far, everything seems to be going well. I'm excited for early access. New Beast Lords are in? What do you mean new Beast Lords are in? What does that mean? Oh, you mean Teak finally has Beast Lords, you mean? Not new Beast Lords, not like a second type of Beast Lord. You mean just Beast Lords are in game now. That is not where I wanted that guy to run. I am tanking. I'm playing a warrior. We're level 16 at the moment, almost 17. There's a reset coming the 1st of December. And then December 13th, they launch early access. So these characters will get wiped, and then we'll start fresh December 13th. But because they're into early access now, there'll be no more seasons. Which means you'll be able to play more regularly, like going forward. We have 2 zones available right now. They plan on having 6 for early access, which is fantastic. They got a bunch more stuff coming. Well, we lose the rogue in 20 minutes, and we lose the cleric for an undeterminate amount of time. I don't think I'd even bother in 20 minutes, man. We'll be gone in an hour. Isn't that when you normally head out? Or is it 2 hours? What was that? Rogues can't trap during combat, can they? Trying to do what I can to keep that pet up, so I keep taunting off. Trying to watch my damage so the healers don't go out of mana. I think I'm doing a pretty good job so far. Pet's still alive, just barely. You can see their health right there. I did a really good job saving that pet. Of course, I asked that question and then get a string of 4 ads I have to watch. I don't know what to tell you, man. Is there beast lords in this game? No, they're summoners. Summoners and their pets, and necros and their pets. Oh, dude, necros are so cool. Hey, my defense went... Oh, we just leveled. Of course my defense went up. I don't know why you remessed them. I'll break it. Alright, man. Yeah, we'll talk to you tomorrow. Later. Did the warden not drop anything? I didn't see anybody pick up anything. Money, money, money. Yeah. Guess he was poor. Didn't have the sword on him. Okay, we didn't loot anything to go in the bank, did we? No, we didn't. So that was the end of the group. We had 2 people that didn't let us know, but they had to take off. So that killed the group a little early. We considered finding replacements, but then we were going to lose 2 more people within the next 40 minutes. So rather than bring 2 people out for, 20 minutes by the time we find them, that's a waste of their time, so we just decided to call it. No sense in putting 2 people through that. That'd be a dickish move. On the plus side, we got level 17, so there's that, so that's good. I'm happy with that. I'll take it. I consider that a win. I mean, it's strange, because it definitely wasn't the smoothest group for having people with higher level. It's weird. I don't know. Maybe it was a gear thing. But it seemed like things took longer. Mind you, we didn't normally pull 4 out of that room at the end on top of the stairs. We normally pulled 3, so that could have been... Well, no, because... Still died within, like, 45 seconds, a minute. That was cool, though. We had someone from Visionary Realm pop in. I believe the person in charge of Visionary Realms followed me. I think it was last week or the week before. That was pretty cool. So, now what we're going to do is we're going to have to harvest, because we don't have enough time tonight to put together another group and set up a crawl. So I got to figure out something to do. The only other thing to do is harvest. We're at 83 of 179. We're buffed for the 20 minutes. That's not going to matter. And we don't have much weight there. Oh, you know what? We have a quest. What's the quest for the dude at the crossroads? God, we have so many quests. It's not... I don't think it's that guy. Computer signet rings? Who's the other guy at the crossroads? Scavenger, farmer, Thane, Haster. This guy. Blackberries and fresh apples. Alright, let's do that. We gotta go out this side of town. We're gonna go dual wield just for the damage. We're gonna have to go back to Thronefast or to Avelia. Or that region. So I'm not too worried about aggro. Actually, truth be told, since it's still nighttime, why don't we shed some light? So how's your Beast Lord coming, Tyron? What level is it? Is it just recently you got back in? Wonder what the next dungeon is after Halnir's. Is it the Orcs? What's the Orcs? That's Hangor, right? I think it's Hangor. I might be confused. Why did my torch shut off? That was weird. Must have been from the zone? I don't remember doing that before. No, we don't want rabbit bats. We don't want ghost vipers. Or wait, do we? Do we have a quest for ghost vipers? Night Guard Aldrich. Slay 3 ghost vipers. We do. What con are you? You're gray. What? I think they said recently they made it more viable to use two-hander over dual-wield, because I think dual-wield has the penalty applied to it. So let's try using the two-hander and see how that goes, although we lose the torch. A rabbit, that's a deer. A small dusk bat. We need another ghost viper. There's a young viper, that doesn't count. We'll kill him anyways. Oh, we just had a quest update. That's a Night Warden Part 1? Wait a minute, that counts as a regular Ghost Viper? Oh wow. Okay, I didn't know that. Let's go find another young one. If we can see our hand in front of our face. Young Ghost Viper. Well, that one didn't count. Oh, it was that one. Oh, we have both of the Viper quests. I thought we turned the young one in. I guess we didn't. See, it's so hard because with as dark as it is, you can't target anything until it's pretty much directly in front of you. In which case you could be in trouble. There's another young one. Let's go ahead and take this guy out. Gas bat. Never seen one of those before. Ah, this is like the slog beetle. This is a sneaky mob. Thick bat fur. That's new. Hey, you there, Tyron? You must have just got back, did you? I was asking, before you take off, I was asking what level your Beast Lord was. Like, how long have you been back on the Beast Lord? Just recently, or a month, or a couple weeks? Oh, he's level 60. Oh, so you've been in for a while then. Okay, gotcha. Vex. Oh God. Oh, how was Vexthal on Teak? You guys getting a whole crap ton of loot or what? Getting half a dozen breastplates dropping at a time? Gotta find a Viper. Doing caddy shot too. And that's going well? No silly mistakes made, nobody getting knocked back. Nobody wiping the raid. That's cool, man. That's cool. We recover well. Good. Glad to hear it. You guys still raiding full? Who did I speak with? I think I spoke with Tiny a few weeks ago now. And I think he said you guys had like 80-something people that were looking to raid. So you were constantly full. You had people sitting. Is that true? No? So you're down a couple people now? Come on back. No, I don't think that'll happen, my friend. I don't think so. I tried, like I said, I tried. I got him to 49. I couldn't find a group. I couldn't find a group with the guild. I said, frig it. I'm good. I know you guys have been struggling with shaman or shamans. Although I think Tiny was telling me you guys have 2 that kind of show up now. So that's good. I mean, you don't have a Krushnek, but you know, you got it covered. Is it possible to share a Google Docs file you made for pet? I don't know how it works on YouTube. You could try and, if you have it set up, you could try and put a link. Acer, maybe? If there's a web link for it, you could always jump into the Twitch channel and whisper it to me. If you whisper it to me, I'll get it and I'll be able to click on it. That's why you stopped playing the first time? Yeah, yeah. Well, how did you get level 60 on the Beast Lord? You jumped in and you were able to find groups, or did you have to solo for a good portion of it? It's for the recipes. I don't know how it works on YouTube, Acer, but the best suggestion I can give would be to jump into the Twitch channel and whisper the link to me, and then I'll click on it. Yeah, see? I saw that. Is there a way for me to... No, there's no way for me to... Channel activity, nope. It won't let me do anything in YouTube. I would say your best bet's to go to Twitch. What's the whisper command? I think it might be /whisper and then name or /w. If I was to go back to EQ1, where would I start? Because this game has me legitimately curious what deeper grinds would look like. Plus rating sounds rad. Oh, dude, dude, EQ is the bomb. That dude from VR jumped in earlier this evening, and I couldn't stop talking about EQ once I started talking. It's so good. Between Val, really, Val. Oh, how is Val doing? Dude, are you up to snuff with that? How is that going? Or how is he doing, I should say? Hey, Asmodeus. Imagine never having played EQ's content. I know, right? Could you imagine experiencing it for the first... I mean, you'd have to get in with the right people. He just got over B and said, gee, yikes, man. You got to 37 in EQ as a Wood Elf Druid? Dude, I'm not going to tell you how many years I've put into EQ, but I'll tell you this. I'm the only individual that streamed EQ for the past 9 years on this platform. I've been on 6 different progression servers out of 7 with the same friggin' guild, Tyron being one of my guildmates. I have an issue. I'm an addict. There's something about the storyline between Classic to Planes of Power. The fact that you start... For those who don't know, let me try and Cole's Notes it, or sum it up. Cliff Notes it, let's say. From Classic to Planes of Power, you have 5 chapters. You've got Classic, you've got Canark, you've got Velios, you've got Luslin, and you've got Planes of Power. The whole purpose of that story arc, out of 30 keep in mind, EverQuest 1 has 30 expansions. Not 13, 30. There's no bigger game in history. Popular game, World of Warcraft, I get it. Biggest game, EverQuest. Hands down, 30 expansions. Anyhow, not the point. The whole storyline between Classic and Planes of Power is you create your character, you're dropped into the world, you don't know anything about anything, you have to figure stuff out on your own. As you try to make your way in the world and try and build some status, you realize that there's some shady dealings going on across the land with different government and different factions and so on. So you manipulate and guide your way through those channels to try and benefit yourself, to build yourself up to be something. Then you find out that the gods have meddled with these individuals and caused the land to be in the condition that it's in, and you start to think, well, how can I go and smack these guys in the face? So you go make some friends, you go and do some raids, you kick some lesser gods in the face, and then you go up against the real gods, you kick the real god's ass, you free your main avatar dude, Zabuxaruk, and that's your story. So the fact that you start as nothing and become everything from that the Classic and those 4 expansions afterwards is just fantastic. Right on, Asmo. That's the nerd in me for EQ. That's what I get out of EverQuest. And when I say that I have streamed EQ over the last 9 years on 6 progression servers, it's to do that content over and over again. It's not to continue. It's not to go through the 30 expansions. I could care less. Now, my guild is pretty cool. They have been pretty cool over the years. It's why I'm with them. Some really cool people. However, 9 years ago, Classic to Planes of Power. 7.5 years ago, Classic to Planes of Power. 6 years ago, Classic to Planes of Power. 5 years ago, Classic to Planes of Power. When did I stop playing? I think it was 2 years ago. I think. It was the Vanicky server. When the Vanicky or Vanicky server first launched, the guild went there from Mangler. I decided not to go because I thought I could finally quit the game because this game was coming. And I had hopes for this game, but I also wanted to play some other games. I got around to play some of them, but not all of them. But then the addiction got me, and I ended up back for Teak when Teak launched. That's the current EQ progression server. The problem was, when I got there, a lot of players have multiple accounts, so they create boxes or alt accounts. I played a shaman. I was going to play a shaman on Teak. Every single person that had more than one character had a shaman, because you always have a shaman for their buffs. I could never find a group. Nobody would invite me. I tried for 8 days on stream to find groups, even with the guild, and I couldn't find a group with anybody. And I said, you know what? I don't know what's going on here, but I'm done. I stopped playing. I think my shaman got to 49, and that was it. And I haven't been back, and I don't have any plans to go back. I won't go to a new progression server. Even if this game doesn't work, I won't go to another progression server. I'm good. They're almost alive on Vanic. Really? Wow. Dude, listen to the sound, man. That's so awesome. You hear the birds chirping, the animals making sounds. You got the little environmental ambience music coming through. You get the lighting, which is like absolutely stellar. Like look at that, look at that shine right there on the backside of that rock, and then the shade on this side because the sun doesn't hit it. Dude. Fantastic. I'm really digging this game. I can't wait to see what they've... The early access is going to be great because ogres are now in-game. Anyways, Tyron, I'm probably keeping you. I think you had said you were... I mean, you know, you're obviously more than welcome to hang out, but I don't want to keep any later than, you know, you would normally be here. Wouldn't want you sleeping in or nothing. Oh, speaking of that, so Canada Post up here is on strike. They went on strike on Friday. I went into work today. 99.99998% of all the work that I process is transferred physically to locations across Canada, captured digitally, and then I have to verify them. I sat on my ass for my entire shift today and did nothing. I stared at 3 monitors and did nothing. And we're high security, we can't have our phones out, nothing, so I couldn't do anything, so I just sat there for the whole day doing nothing. And I couldn't leave early in case something came through, and nothing came through because Canada Post is on strike. So tomorrow's going to be awful. Friday's going to be awful. It sucks when you don't have... It sucks when you're at work and you have nothing to do. I know some people will sit there and go, oh, I'd love to go to work and put my feet up and do nothing. No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. And even if you did for one day, you wouldn't do it for a second day. You would need to do something. I need to do something. And to sit there and stare at 3 monitors for 8 hours is... dude. Calgon, take me away. I'm a mailman, a mail carrier. I said, hey, if you can tell me a point to go in my area to pick up work, I'll go pick it up and bring it in. But of course you can't do that. There's contracts and whatnot involved. I don't know what to do. I asked if I could bring my laptop in. I thought I was going to get fired. But in all seriousness, if you get a chance, Tyron, if you I don't know when you tuned into the stream this evening, but if you want to see the idea of a dungeon crawl in this game, yesterday, Saturday, and Friday, if you find those streams on my VODs on this page, when you got some spare time and you want to check out a dungeon crawl, go ahead and click one of those and just watch. We run a dungeon called Halnir's Cave. It's the dungeon that would be available from levels 11 to roughly, I think, 22, 23. And that might give... I mean, I run a pretty tight ship. I run a pretty good group. I've done it for the last 4 nights now. We've had 4 different groups. I knew nothing about the dungeon on Friday, and I think I pretty much have it down. So it's not that it's complicated. It's just people need to focus. And a lot of people complain and whine about how the dungeon is difficult and their groups keep wiping. And I firmly, wholeheartedly believe it's because they're not focused. Because as you see by the videos, I'm not going to say I make it look easy, but it's pretty straightforward, and you'll look at it and go, oh, I get it, it's EQ. That's it. Just if you wanted an idea of the dungeon. I'm not running it right now because we had a couple people who didn't tell us they were leaving early and had to leave early. And unfortunately, we had to put the group on hold. Where are the ore nodes and where are the vipers? Do the vipers only spawn at night? Thanks, Acer. Let me see if I can pull it up right now. Oh, okay, I see it. Let me see what this is. Where did you get this from? Did you make this? Is this stuff that you have so far? Or was this stuff that we were talking about the other night? This looks like the stuff we were talking about the other night. Ah, gotcha. Alright, Tyrant, have a good night, man. It's good seeing you, man. Don't be a stranger. Do I access EQ through Steam, or do they still run their own site launcher? That's a good question, Cross. I don't know. I've only ever used their launcher. You could I know EQ2 is on Steam. I don't think EQ is on Steam, though. I think EQ, you need the launcher. But EQ2, you can get off Steam. Oh, Asmo's saying either works. Okay, so there you go. EQ's on Steam. Now, if you're serious, Cross, and you plan on jumping into EQ or whatever, giving it a go, you got a couple decisions to make. And I'll give you a couple of recommendations. I will say that if you are relatively new, have no experience, what have you, you probably want to go to a live server and get experience all the content that is on a live server, which is much more improved now. They have a whole, when you start your character, they have a whole character guide. What's it called? What's the book called, Asmo? In EQ, Hero's Journey. They have something called the Hero's Journey, and that pretty much helps you figure out where to go in game, depending on your level for content. The other thing is, if you want the true experience of EQ, you would want to go to the Teak server, which is the newest progression server. You won't have those fancy things, and you'll see what the game was like in its heyday, when arguably it was at its funnest, as far as I'm concerned, in my opinion. True experience sounds good. You'd want to go on the Teak server then. Oh, hang on. I'm getting ahead of myself. You have to subscribe. So you can free to play on a live server, or you can subscribe to access the progression servers. You have to subscribe, just like in a game like World of Warcraft, where you have to sub to get to Classic. You have to sub to get to the progression servers. If you don't sign up for the all access, the progression servers won't be available. Well, okay, so just a little tweak on what Asmo just said. Yeah, more like close enough. They added some stuff. There aren't 4,000 different things to do on the progression server like there is on the live server, but there were issues with the true classic version of EQ that they put a little bit of filler in there to make it as smooth as possible, because the classic EQ is not smooth, because you have to keep this in mind. EQ and Pantheon are both primarily social MMOs. World of Warcraft is not a social MMO. Final Fantasy XIV is not a social MMO. Elder Scrolls Online, not a social MMO. Guild Wars 2, not a social MMO. You can go everywhere and anywheres in those games without needing to talk to anybody. With EQ, you have to talk to everybody. You cannot go anywheres without talking to people. Just like they said with Vanguard. Vanguard's not going to have some sort of auto queue. Vanguard's not going to have some hub somewheres where everybody's going to hang out. You're going to need to send messages, advertise, use your LFG tag. All the stuff that you would actively do in real life to make friends, you have to do that here. EQ is the same way. You have to be social. And a lot of people don't get that. And that's the... I gotta be careful with these words. The only way today's gen of gamers would make any positive long-term headway in Vanguard is if they came into this game with guildmates. That's what I will say. And we'll just leave it at that. Man, this sword really cracks. I tried tanking with this on the regular, but the problem is when you don't have your shield in hand, you lose your shield block and shield slam. Shield slam is very important. Especially for me, because I actually utilize it the way it's supposed to be utilized. Like the people tonight that almost got in an argument with me over it not working on certain mobs when it works perfectly fine. Because I've been doing it for the past 4 nights. It's called learning your class. I'm a butterfly. I talk to all the people. There you go. Social butterflies. Keep in mind as well, you guys... well, I shouldn't say you guys because I don't know where you are geographically cross, but if you're American, I believe you guys might get a bonus experience weekend Thanksgiving. I could be wrong. So that might hit the progression server as well. You'd have to keep up with EverQuest.com to know for certain, or the EQ launcher. But bonus XP would be a perfect time to jump in. Or at least if you jump in today, it'd be a perfect time to be in-game because you'll find a group more often during bonus XP. But you will have to advertise. Almost pretty much every time you log in. Until you find people, you will have to advertise. There won't be any exclamation points or question marks over your head. You'll have to figure out some stuff. I could give you some, I won't call them cheats, that's not the word to use. I could give you some crutches, I'm not going to. If you want to experience the true experience, you don't want these crutches. However, if you do give it a go and you have any questions, feel free to pop back here and ask me the questions, and if I know the answer, I will let you know. Zyrus is up, but we can't kill him. Even at our level, he'd own us. I think anyways. What level is he? Oh, he's green. Yeah, he's gonna own us. We'd need to have a healer, at least. As we find more, you can update this. Okay, Acer, thank you. That'd be fantastic. Let's try that Diamond Fang and see if we can get him to drop a dagger. Probably not, because the loot RNG, I think, is working against us. By the way, for those who don't know, these Diamond Fang Vipers can drop arguably the fastest dagger-type weapon for the early game. One of their fangs. It's, I think it's like 1.4... and 6 damage. It's like a crafted weapon. It's better than a crafted dagger. But they're very difficult to get to drop. They're like a rare drop. But they only come off of Diamond Fangs. We have a really ridiculous two-handed sword. Dropped off the warden in the jails where we were tonight, but this dropped, I think, Friday is when I picked it up. 20 damage with a 2.5 delay, which is insane. What are we carrying for resources? Okay, what's our weight allowance? 119. No buffs. We need ore. Only thing I remember from back in the day was farming crush bone, running forever. Turning the belt. That doesn't exist. I mean, you can still do that, but they got rid of the actual XP that you get. They killed it by like 80%. So it's actually not worth doing. I think it's worth doing for levels 4 and 5, but after 5, it's not worth doing anymore. They nerfed that. They pretty much destroyed that whole thing. Because we used to do the same thing back in the day. Load up on Crushbone belts at Orc Hill, turn them in, get like 10 levels, then go into Crushbone, grab the shoulder pads, turn those in, get to like 16. Can't do that anymore. The psychedelic mushrooms, that would be probably Fungus Grove. That would be, what, like a level 50 zone? 60 zone? I can't remember. Yeah, regular vipers must only come out at nighttime. Oh, Paladal Caverns. Gotcha. Or Paludal, however you want to pronounce it. I always said Paladal. Some people pronounce it Paludal. Yeah, Paladal Caverns. That's in Luceland. That's where the cat people are from on the moon. We have 20 apples. We haven't found any blackberry bushes around here. It might not spawn this far up. Oh, hello. Let's see if you have an insignia on you. I don't know how I feel about the holding the two-handed sword like a baseball bat. I feel like he should be holding it like vertically in front of him, off to the side. I mean, over his head, that's a lot of weight, realistically, right? I get it, it's a video game, but you guys understand what I mean, and if you don't, I can't help you. There's ore right there. Am I gonna have to fight for it? Probably. Actually, maybe not. Cool. Okay, that's the road. So many classes in that game. That's true. Well, if you tell me a bit about the type of role you like to play, I can help you with the class. That's not a problem. I can tell you the two hardest classes to try and get anywheres outside of a group are Warrior and Cleric. So, Warrior will have not enough DPS as you level up. Also, no heals. And a whole lot of health, which means when you get low health, you'll have to sit down for a lengthy period of time. Clerics will have all the heals in the world, but they won't be able to do the DPS. So you'll be fighting for a long time until you're out of mana. If you're somebody who is going to work their butt off to find a group every single time you log in, you can't go wrong with a Cleric or a Warrior. If you want to be able to solo, if you want to be able to jump in and just chill, Shaman Necromancer. Hello, Pandora. Why is that name familiar? Who's Pandora? Are you in chat? Dude, here's the dagger I was talking about. This comes off the Diamond Fang Vipers. Oh, it's 4 damage, but 1.4. The crafted dagger is 3 damage. So this is one of the coolest weapons to get. When you get 2 of these in your hand, dude, it's just whack, 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 whack. Dude, yeah, fantastic. What else do we get here? Nickel Silver Ear Cuff. Requires level 21. Yeah, this has got to be a stream viewer, man. Nobody just shows up and gives me stuff that I can actually use. 5 haste rating? Yeah, we could put that on right now. We got a cotton gatherer sack. I think that's what we have here, isn't it? Yeah, we've already... Well, that's okay. That's fine. It was nice of them. What's this mace? Hobgoblin Rock Crusher. 1.76 damage. Wonder where that came from. Hobgoblin. Level 6. It's got to be the Goblin Caves. That is so cool. Although they're all going to disappear in about 2 weeks, which sucks. Oh, this isn't tradable, is it? Oh, it is tradable. Maybe somebody else could use 1 agility. Pay it forward, right? Look at that, man. Random loot. There's a run-by gifting. Drive-by gift... No, I guess it'd be run-by. There's a run-by gifting. Ah, here's blackberry bushes. So we need 20 of these now. Ah, friendly stream sniper. I just saw them type it in chat. Friendly neighborhood stream snipers. You came across some hobgoblins over an AVP? Oh, maybe that's where they come from. Most fun I'm having in the game is Shaman Enchanter. Dude, I love a Shaman. I mean, I like to think I was a pretty good Shaman, and there are a lot of people who will say I was a pretty good Shaman. I like Shaman. I mean, for a number of years, I held down an entire raid just by myself. I was the only Shaman. But I'll tell you, I had everybody buffed. I had everybody ready. I was phenomenal. I will brag about. Oh, I guess it's a brag. I mean, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, but I was really good. The shaman class is the reason why the shaman class is amazing in EQ is because there's 1,000 things you can do with it. Even though you can only have X number of skills studied at a certain amount of time, the shaman can do so much stuff. So much. If you watched me on a raid 5 expansions in with the shaman, dude. I can tell you this, I do more than most, and lightning can strike me dead right now if I'm fibbing. But I'm still not going back. I can't. My focus is Pantheon. For MMO RPGs. Not that I'm constantly going to be playing Pantheon, because I've got to mix in some other stuff too. Druid Bard. You'll see the Druid before the Bard. I don't think we'll see the Bard by launch. I got a feeling they don't have interest in bringing a Bard into the game just yet. They just brought stats back in the game, so I don't think they're going to want a class that manipulates stats for the group. How far are we? That's that's the crossroads. Okay, so Oliver's up here. We gotta go visit Oliver up here because we have to turn all these logs into lumber so that it gets rid of our weight. Nope, it's back the other way. Actually, did I want to be out here? How many blackberries do we have? We only have 5. We gotta go back. I ran the wrong way. Wait, did I run the wrong way? No, I didn't. He's out by the stone. Yeah, he's further down the road. Never mind, I'm being silly. So here's the first entrance to the Goblin Caves, right here. That's why these players are sitting here, probably looking for a group. You have over 300 hours in Throne and Liberty and you're done? Pantheon's your #1? Dude, yeah, I was in Throne and Liberty for quite some time. We got to the end game and then I was like, okay, I'm good. Apparently this is where all the ore was spawning. What's the end game in Throne and Liberty? PvP. A lot of PvP. A lot of PvP. Did I say a lot of PvP? A lot of PvP. Throne and Liberty is... I don't... Did you ever play... have you ever played Arcage, Asmo? If you played Arcage to endgame, it's kind of like that. You do a mix of PvE with a bit of PvP, and then at the end game, it's pretty much PvP. If you want to, oh, you played New World, dude, New World, man. So, I didn't play New World when it first launched because I knew what they were going for back then. The whole 100% full player reliance, blah, 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 yada, yada, so on and so forth. First year of New World goes by. Population drops off. They end up implementing the update to Brimstone Sands. I jumped in the game the day of that update. And man, let me tell you, dude, it was a whole new machine. And I've been telling anybody that comes by here and we start talking about MMOs and they mention New World and how it's garbage or how they don't want to play it, I'm like, man, you haven't been in since Brimstone Sands. That game is phenomenal. We took a character to level 60 and hadn't even finished all the level 45 content. And we hit endgame. Before, what was it, Rise of the Ancient, what was the expansion called? Rise of the Angry Earth? Yeah, Rise of the Angry Earth, or whatever it was. Dude, New World was phenomenal. I love the dungeons in New World. I so love the dungeons in New World. All that active combat, everybody moving around. There's another Viper. Let's kill it and see if we get lucky. If we get lucky and get another dagger, I'll switch over to the daggers, just to show you. Cross your fingers. Let's hope we get a dagger. Or a fang, I should say. Boo. Not a fang. It was alright. You didn't like New World? Or didn't like it that much, I should say? I loved it. I played a tank, man. It was fantastic. Running into battle, rounding all the trash mobs up, running into battle, and then hammer blasting them. Oh, there was nothing better. The only reason I'm not dipping in the New World now is because of this game. You have 3,000 hours in New World? Wow. How come no one ever goes into the Goblin Cave up there to the right of the spiders? Oh, the other entrance? Because most people don't run all the way down to that part of the caves. You mean the 3 or 4 goblins up at the top of the plateau? Like up there? I think they're up there. Weight is 147. We're gonna have to go back to town. Yeah, we gotta go back to town. Oh, yeah, I played Lost Ark too. I got, what was the end game in Lost Ark? 50, right? I got to level 50 on a tank type character, and then I stopped playing. I want Asherite. I want Asherite. We're not gonna get it. Ain't no Asherite tonight. Excuse me, Mr. Ridgeback, while I look for ore. Nope. And we got some cotton over here. We're not going to care about that. No ore. No ore. You have 443 hours yourself in Lost Ark, Acer? The rating was amazing. Problem was, my friend, we're not good enough. If I wanted to continue Lost Ark, I would have had to... Oh, gotcha. Ditch your friends, yeah. Yeah, that's rough. That's one of the rough aspects of an MMO, especially if you don't have a polite way of suggesting how individuals should do things differently. Now, if you watched me long enough in games like EQ and New World and what have you, you would have heard how I'm really good with words. I've always been good with words. I've been a salesman for a very long time. I can talk to people in a group and make it seem like it's casual conversation and influence what they're going to do next or how they're going to play. I've always done it that way. Like this evening when I thought I was going to break into a kerfuffle with two of the people in the group and then everything worked out. I'm good at that. That's what I do. That I will attest to. But yes, what I was getting at, one of the ugly parts of MMOs is when you get stonewalled by somebody else's inability to coast through with you. The old coattail, you know. So in EQ, when you go to raid in EverQuest, you raid with 71 other people. That's 12 groups of 6. Now, you could kill a lot of content if 3 or 4 of those groups are dead. That's fine. That's called coattailing. You know, you drag people through content with them not completing it or not doing what they need to. However, in games like New World, Lost Ark, Throne and Liberty, you can't coattail. You have to constantly watch yourself and make sure you stay alive. Unfortunately, you get into a game like that where you're doing okay, dodging all the attacks, hitting the right mobs, using the right skills, but your friends are not, so you can't beat a certain encounter or get through a certain part of the game. I hate to say this, but every person will have a stopping point where they will say, you know what? I think I kind of like playing this game. I think I want to try a different class. I think I want to do something different. And they'll try and come up with a creative way to, you know, not hang out with those friends as often anymore. Which can be a problem because they could be the coolest people. But it could be a hindrance to your playtime. So you kind of have to... Yeah, I mean, it's up to you to try and balance it out. Do you suck it up and deal with banging your head against the wall for months? We did in EQ. I would beat my head against the wall in EQ too for months and months and months, working on one target just to get it killed. But I mean, you know, it's very difficult when you hit a wall with friends, and you know it's that you're not the problem. Or I shouldn't say that you're not the problem, and you realize that you're doing everything you're supposed to. And they are not. We used to... Okay. So, I think I told this story a couple times during COVID. EverQuest 2. EverQuest 2, to date... Of course, this is just my opinion, of course, but you have to understand I've played everything. Anything that's hit the internet of an MMO state, I've played. So... EverQuest 2, to me, under SOE's reign, Sony Online Entertainment, so the first 5 or 6 expansions after EQ2, the best rating, hands down, in any game. World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy, ESO, doesn't matter. EQ2's rating under SOE, from Classic up to whenever Daybreak acquired or took over the EQ franchise, the most technical, most rewarding, most gut-wrenching, white-knuckling feeling ever was EverQuest 2 rating. Nobody will ever tell me different because I rated in all the other games. EverQuest 2 hit different. I can't speak on the Daybreak rating or the Dark Paw rating because I never did it. I wasn't playing EQ2 at the time. With that said, in EQ2, they have your archetype, and then they have breakdowns for classes. So, for example, your archetype would be Fighter, Mage, Priest, Scout. Under Fighter, for example, you would have Knights. Knights would be a Paladin or a Shadow Knight. Then you would have Fighter, Priest, Mage, Scout. Under Fighter would be Warrior. Warrior would be Guardian or Berserker. I'm not going to break down what the individual classes do. I'm just going to get to a point. For the Enchanters were broken down into Illusionists and Coercers. Now, they have their own purpose. Coercers have a spell called Thought Snap. And what it does is, they click a target, a group mate, a raid mate, what have you. They click a mob, and they cast Thought Snap to make that creature snap to the player. So, for example, if you were raiding, and there was a mob that started to aggro your healers, the Coercer could target the mob, target you as the tanker, in this case me, hit Thought Snap, and for, I want to say like 4 seconds or 6 seconds, the mob would automatically be redirected to me, automatically. So then I'd have to know that and try and pick it up, build up as much hate as possible before the duration wore off and the mob went back to the healer. Now, I'm getting to a point with this. We would go on raids where specific things had to be done. Now, EverQuest 2 didn't work off telegraphs. You didn't see special attacks and whatnot. You had to know, you had to pay attention to the chat window, you had to pay attention to the animations of the bosses you were fighting. And any time there was this one particular mage in our raid, and they, for whatever reason, I don't know if they would ninja AFK, I don't know if they just didn't know what they were doing, everything would be explained, and we would beat our heads against the wall for a month on the same target because the same individual kept dying when they were supposed to have done something in the event to help us beat the event. And creatively, without telling anybody, my main tank group was tight. I mean tight. There was myself, there was a Templar, there was a Warden, which is a Druid, a type of Druid, there was a Coercer, there was a Swashbuckler, and I think that's it. That was 6, right? Anyways, I would send a tell to the Coercer, and I'd say, hey, this person's not paying attention. Do me a favor. Thought Snap Joe Blow Dragon to this person. And the Coercer's like, really? I'm like, yes, please. So during the fight, I would have the Coercer grab hold of my target and send it at that person. And that person would die, and then that person would queue up on voice and go, oh, I don't know what happened there. I was just casting a spell and the named killed. Now, you might think, oh, that's a dickish thing to do, or why would you be so mean? It wasn't for meanness. I didn't do it for meanness. I did it so that subliminally I would justify them realizing what they were doing. It only took 3 or 4 thought snaps, and they hit their mark every time like clockwork. So, you know, when you're grouping or hanging out with individuals who might be holding back you and or others, sometimes a gentle kick in the butt is what a person needs. And the Coercer never told anybody, it never left the 2 of us, but anytime somebody wasn't doing what they were supposed to, I just sent a polite tell. And it was 2 words. No, it was 3 words. It was the name of the player, and the word hit, and then the word M, apostrophe EM. Hit him, and that's what it was. And the Coercer knew. And that's how we beat content. That's how it went. That was the subliminal. Like, I'm not a mean person, but I'll tell you, I will find every creative avenue to make something work. And if you guys have been on this stream long enough in the last 10 years, you know that I've done that 100 times. Ooh, who's this guy? Gon Li Do. Hang on, let me con first. No sword. Unable to consider dead targets? This target is dead? Target's standing right here. Unable to consider dead targets. There's the target. There's the consider. Unable to consider dead targets. This target apparently is dead. I'm hallucinating. I see dead people. If you are openly greeting me, you have no idea who I am. Move along, traveler. Interesting. Are they a monk? That's like a monk name. Gan Li Do? Probably a caster. It's not dressed like a monk. It's caster garb, right? I think a monk would be in a gi of some sort. Where am I running? Oh, I'm down by the big empty area. Okay, let's go up here for a minute, just see if there's any ore. Then we'll make our way back. Corpse other. You've never seen that guy? Yeah, I've never seen that guy either. That's true. Ooh, the wind is loud. Great. I wish this wind would stop, man. The last 4 days have been... I'm concerned about my roof. It's been 4 days of this now. Oh, we were already over here. Oh. Is that a mineable node? Nope. Why are there goblins all the way out here? These guys are like level 3. Here we go. Lieutenant Lyron Hornbell. Oh, we have a quest. Oh, that's the bandit quest. Okay. Those bandits are up there, I think, somewheres. Oh, there's a blackberry bush down there. Did we go down there? We can get back up, right? Sure we can. That should be 9. That's 9. We still need 11. Can we get 11 before passing him going back to town? Wow, there's a lot of people in zone right now. That's a lot of people. Oh, right. It's like 8 o'clock West Coast, isn't it? Yeah, this would be the busy time. Oh, gotta eat and drink. Okay, we gotta bring out the torch for this because we still need resources. And I need to be able to see. Oh, we're encumbered. 1.4 stone over. That weighs 4. Goodbye. You're gonna aggro. Don't ruin my day. Ah, this is where the goblins are. Mountain discovered. I've killed these guys before. What? Okay. Oh, maybe on the necro, not this guy. Do I even try? I don't even want to try. These guys are green. I got a feeling these guys are gonna beat the crap out of me. Regular skeletons? No name? No shambling or nothing? How many ore come out of that node? I'm gonna say 2. Here we go. You're saying 4? 2. They gotta fix that. That's asinine. That's the worst thing about this game right now. Another Viper. Yeah, let's go one hand. Let's see how it goes. Yeah, hands down, the worst thing about this game right now is the harvesting nodes. I might make the large on the other side as a group node again. It's gonna be useless if it, yeah, it's like you, yeah. Like we said, if they're gonna make it so that it only spits out, or that it spits out, that it can spit out 2, no thank you. That's ridiculous. Not one large node has given anything more than 3 of a resource. And regular sized nodes give 3 on the regular. I don't want to drop anything. We're not going to. Actually, you know what I could do? Okay, don't have any blackberries. Oh, that's general. That's Bender. Star Wars The Old Republic will give away inactive character names in December. If you want to protect your own personal name, you better log in before then. Uh-oh. I haven't played Old Republic in years. Do I want to log in to save my name? I have one of the actual official clones' names. I was able to make a stormtrooper tank by the name of Hardcase, or a clone tank by the name of Hardcase. I don't know if you guys know, but Hardcase is an actual notable clone in the Star Wars saga. I think I have 5s also. I could be wrong. I thought I made a 5s. Too many material. And it's all going to be gone in 2 weeks anyways, so why are we doing this? I don't know. Do we have a problem? I think so. Actually, if we have the dagger, we don't need that anymore. Because we have this one. Excuse me. Okay, let's go break down some stuff. I think that's it. Ooh, that was a good one. Oops, I wasn't done. Asherium. That's not bad. What's that give us? 17? Oh, wait a minute. We have a quest for pewter rings, right? 5 pewter signet rings. Anything else for pewter? 5 there as well. That's 10. We can only make 6. May as well. Then we go grab some more. That was 6, so we need 4 more. Okay, that's all broken down. So much copper. Okay, those are for a quest. That's a Shurium bar. That goes with the other one there. So that's 13 that we're up to. Those are for the rings. Those need to be filed down. That we can't wear till level 21. I'm not sure if we'll see 21 before. We're going to try. Where to get the iron refining? Is that tier 3? Yes, it's tier 3. I picked it up inadvertently from the trainer without realizing that I had picked it up. I can't do anything with it. Now, where is the enchanting table? I just can't see anything. I have my torch. Why is it not working? Okay. It must turn off every time you zone. Bag merchant. Food. Armorer. Oh, look at that. What do we have? 29 gold? I mean, we could buy some upgrades. Oh, it's the same stuff. Ah, those we need. Let's buy those. That's all we have. There we go. Now we got the full experience with the chain. Nice and clean. Oh yeah, look. Tier 1, Tier 2. Tier 1, Tier 2, because this would be the Tier 2 zone. Huh. Interesting. This only has Tier 1. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, because it's chain. Right. Then there's Ashen Bronze. Jewel Crafter. Okay, so what do we need to make a signet ring? Pewter. We need a pewter signet. Beeswax and polish. Pewter signet. Oh, wait a minute. So we need... wait, were they both for rings? No, pewter, 5 pewter ingots, 5 rings. So we need 5 rings. So it takes 5 pewter ingots and 5 beeswax to make the 5 signets. And then it takes another 5. Oh, so we can only do 1 set of rings right now. All right, let's do that. So we need 10 beeswax. Do you sell it? You do. And I think we need 5 ashen polish, right? One, 2, 3, 4, 5. And for the ring, we have 5 of those, 5 of those, 5 of those, 5 polish. Okay, sir, have a good night, man. Okay, mementos is ready to turn in. So that means we still need 5 more, 5 ingots. Create a copper gemstone amulet. Would an amulet be pendant? Would that be the same thing? Oh, crude gemstone amulet. Oh, jewel crafting of 24? That's not going to happen. Okay, so those 5 were for Ode. Ode is back at the crossroads. And I think Ode opens up the backpack quest? Or is that the merchant? I don't remember. We'll put the dagger on just because. Oh, I didn't mean to loot that. We don't need tangle root. Yeah, they're all gray. Am I going the right way or the wrong way? Oh, wrong way. I backtracked. Whoops. Pro Blackstone is indifferent. Nothing. Twelve blackberries, so we need 8 more. Can we get 8 more before we go back to town? There's another Diamond Fang Viper. Should we kill it with its own weapon? Nope. I don't know if these are all going to aggro. They're all gray. Actually. Padrium. What's Padrium ore? Is that tier 3? Another Diamond Fang Viper. Nope. Nope. Can we get to that ore? No. There's no way we climb that distance, and we can't jump that distance. Interesting. What do we think? There's no way we make that. I'm gonna die. Wait, what's below us? I'm gonna die. That didn't work. Oh, you see that? We died in an angle. We can't climb that, I don't think. Try. Nope. Too high. I wonder if that's a ledge we can stand on. Oh, we need health before I do that again. don't want to climb and then fall to my death. That would just be silly. I want to see if we can get that Padrium. Okay, that's good. Alright, let's see if we can get to a standing position. Or maybe not. No. Nope, 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 nope. We're not gonna try it. It's too high. Final answer. Oh, that's just Boar Valley. Another Diamond Viper, but Xyrus is up. We don't want to deal with Xyrus. Xyrus will end us. Excuse me. Oh, there's ore right there. What's a necromancer got to do with mining ore? We used to be able to get to that place. Can we not get to it now? If it was gonna be anywheres... Can we not stand? Can't stand. No ledge to stand on. Is that a ledge there? That I don't think so. Oops. Oops. Oh, can't get up there either? Gotta go up that side, maybe? No! So close, but not. Okay, can we stand there, I wonder? Gotta wait for encumbered to wear off. Nice. I think we did it. Ghostly Riddler. Doesn't consider anything. Ah, a curious soul stirs in the night, but do you seek answers or only more questions? The shadows speak in whispers, and I, their humble voice, offer riddles to guide the way. Will you dance with uncertainty, traveler, or turn back into the safety of the day? Amidst their might, where strength is shown, the clue you seek where power has grown. Old stones draped in spectral light, where a ghostly flame burns ever bright. Seek the glow that haunts the air, a lantern lost in the spirit's glare. Old stones draped in spectral light, where a ghostly flame burns at the manor? Seek the glow that haunts the air, a lantern lost in the spirit's glare. I wonder if that's the manor. It's not a flame, though. It's more like a light from, what was it, a green gem? Green stone? Old stones draped in spectral light, where a ghostly flame burns ever bright. 10 health, 10 mana, level 12. I have accepted, but the quest window won't close. That's broken. Ghostly Riddler. In shadows deep where secrets... Oh, there's 3. Ghostly Riddler has in shadows deep where secrets sleep, seek the hidden where lost treasures weep. In shadows deep where secrets sleep, seek the hidden where lost treasures weep. That's too confusing for 10 health, 2 mana. That'll give me a headache. There's an ore node over here, though. If you rest, you recover faster. Good to know. Thank you, sir. Nothing here. Another player just showed up. There's the chest. Apple nut mix, okay. Now, to get back above ground, I think we have to go all the way over there. Gotta get her health back. Dude's coming over to see how we're feeling. Nutty shroom salad. encumbered. We have strength. Where's strength? Right there. That work? Ah, that worked. Fantastic. 29 minutes with an extra point of strength for more carry weight. Worthwhile to make strength food, people. You might need to increase your encumbrance. Or decrease your encumbrance. Tomorrow's Thursday, right? Today was Wednesday? No, today's Wednesday. Well, sir. Jumping ahead in time. $173. Oh, I never gave the rings to what's his name. Okay, so we have 40 maples, so we gotta go woodworking. What did I say we needed? Oh, we gotta break those down. Okay, what did I... So, pewter. Can we make pewter? We need bismuth flakes. So, the ingots, we need 5 of them, right? I think it was 5. 5 pewter, 5 copper. Copper's just copper. Bismuth, so we can make the 5 here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then for the pewter, we need 5 bismuth flakes, which I believe we have. One, 2. I guess we don't need to count. We only have 5 flakes. Okay, and then who were these for? Ode and Nosa? Nosa's up at the caster place. We're almost there. We need 11 more lumber. That gives us 60, and then we can turn that one in. Pewter and copper for a quest that we no longer need. Interesting. That's the first time we've seen tannin drop. Used to treat leather and cloth. Okay, so those are all for quests. This is vendor fodder. That's all in the bank. Let's go find Nosa. I don't like how this always takes time to load. Okay, he didn't have a follow-up, that's fine. Neither did you. Oh. Leaning tower. Ah, this is where we, okay. We'll go knock out this leaning tower quest real quick. Oh, there's blackberries. We said we needed 8 more, right? There's maple. Hey, Atacam, what's happening? Waiting for your flight. Is it on time? Are you delayed? Now, I think it's this rock here we're supposed to stand between. No, it's that one over there. Here we go. Delayed 20 minutes, weather not good. Yeah, weather's not good on this coast either. Cool. No quest there. Let's get... Should be more blackberries here. This is the starting area for mages. So we should definitely be able to find blackberries. I say that, and now we don't have any. Here we go. We'll leave that armor in case. Actually, I don't think anybody else can loot it. Man, we're supposed to be able to find all sorts of blackberries around here. Oh, there we go. I was going to say when I need them, I can't get them. And then when I don't need them, I trip over them. Okay, Anakin. Have a safe flight. We'll talk to you next time. All these ore nodes behind the zone wall bother me. One more node, and we should be good. Here we go. So that gives us 20 and 20. Okay, so that quest is ready for turn-in. That's at the crossroads. This is ready for turn-in. That's at the crossroads. So both turn-ins are at the crossroads. Meet me at the crossroads, crossroads, where you don't belong. Perfect. Okay, stream, we're going to go ahead and leave it there for this evening because it's dawned on me that it is 1:30 in the morning and I am up later than I want it to be. Those of you that are still here, as always, I hope you guys enjoyed your time here. We should be live tomorrow, being Wednesday. Not sure what the game plan is. Probably want to jump into Halnir's Cave again, maybe. Maybe we try a different area. Real life permitting anyways. As always, you guys have yourselves a good evening or a good day wherever you are, and I hope to see you on the next stream. Oh, don't forget to follow if you're not following already. If you've been sitting here all evening and you think you're going to come back, follow. Take care.